I would be to not just beat every 3D Mario game, but to 100% complete them. And yes, I got this idea from Yakko CNN. Hello, if you're watching this, I like your Sonic video a lot, it's really cool. So I documented this entire adventure. And I mean all of it. Even when I wasn't playing, I was recording videos on my phone so I could remember how I felt in that moment. But otherwise, I was playing Mario games for about 12 to 16 hours a day. And if that wasn't enough, I bought a big timer that was on screen at all times, and it was basically my doomsday sentence. There you have it. I officially have less than 7 days to finish all this 3D Mario games. If you thought I was kidding about the timer, well, you can see for yourself. It's plastered on my face cam, and just like our reality, time doesn't stop for anybody. But hey, you know me, right? The Nathaniel B guys. Nintendo guy channel? Oh, this will be a cakewalk for him. He's played through these games so many times in the past. There's no chance of the funny red blubber causing him any sort of stress, right? Just what the fuck? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So to lay some ground rules, I have to play every game on official hardware and decide to play Mario 64 using Switch Online. And I even use the N64 controller just to be extra cheeky. My original plan was to just beat every 3D Mario game and not 100% them. But, you know, this is Mario 64, it's short, I decided 100% it anyway. But at that moment, I figured that with 9 games, I would be more than busy for the whole week. But moving on to the game itself, in order to 100% Mario 64, you need to get all 6 stars in the 15 main worlds, which includes 100 points for all of them. There's also 15 secret stars to collect and 3,000 fights on top of it. At the beginning, I was really excited to do this. Finally, I can play video games normally for once. The first day was pretty awesome because typically I have a lot of daily and recurring things to worry about. But for this entire week, I had one mission, and that was to play video games and nothing else. Now, typically, I play Mario 64 in an emulator which has different button lag and movement angles compared to anything on console. Within 10 minutes, I'm already realizing that using the N64 controller that I never used may have been a really bad idea. For all I know, every mistake in second is going to count, so I shouldn't be wasting any time. And that's when the small mistakes started to happen. I wasn't following any sort of speedrun route, but I couldn't do basic tricks like enemies. And normally I wouldn't really care, but there's a bit of a problem. Yeah, you see, there's a big, scary timer behind you with just nothing but show me that every second is precious and the clock is ticking. You might think this extra timer doesn't add anything because I can always just look at the clock, but no. is complete in about 3 hours, 25 minutes, 2 seconds. Not bad. It's gonna be our shortest game probably outside of Bowser's Fury, but for now, I'm great. For a little bit, I want to shower and stuff. Oh, silly me, thinking I'm gonna have time to take showers every day. Anyway, after my shower, I started Mario Sunshine. Now that we're past the game I'm most comfortable with, everything is about to get more difficult. I've played 100% Sunshine a couple of times, but I don't actively fire this one up. But even so, I'm one of those people that actually likes this game. At least that's what I thought at the beginning. Now bust out a second one. Don't usually do two, but I feel like it's gonna be a late night. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of late nights trying to get all this done. So, screw it, guess I'm gonna do two today. Probably gonna regret it. My stomach is absolutely going to hate me. Yup, that's me. Still using energy drinks as a source of energy and comfort. I should probably break that habit, or I might actually die by the time I'm 45. But anyway, in order to beat Super Mario Sunshine, all you have to do is get the 7th shine in all 70 levels. At the time, I also decided to get 1 shine from every secret level, so I did that on day 1 as well. As I'm sure you can tell, I'm playing the 3D All-Stars version because the widescreen is a big plus and it's just more convenient. Even if the upscaled cutscenes look like a smudgy mess, it's still better than switching out cords with the GameCube or Wii. At first, I was using the Switch Pro controller because I didn't feel like getting a GameCube adapter out. Can I do the stand thing? Oh, I can't even do the stand thing. Oh, I might actually switch to GameCube. Well, that was a 180. Like, seriously, Nintendo. How is this your only controller with shoulder buttons like this? And no, I don't count the Wii Classic controller because that's not the main one on the Wii. But anyway, I'm getting a little off track. Switching to Mario Sunshine felt really great because the controls are so much smoother. I'm very adapted to Mario 64's controls too, but the N64 joystick is horrible, and I switched to one of the most legendary controllers of all time. So of course, I'm going to be a very happy camper. At the same time, I was hitting continue instead of save and continue on the easy shine, simply because it's slightly faster than waiting for the game to keep track of my save file. I probably only saved a handful of seconds doing this, but it's the least I can do. Because honestly, I was starting to get worried about my pace. We are almost 30 minutes into our run. Only 6 shines. 6 shines in that amount of time is a bit concerning, but enough about that for a second. Is Sunshine still a decent game after all these years? Well, I was starting to have my doubts actually. For the first time ever, this is the only 3D Mario that I mindlessly played. So now that I'm trying to go through it quickly, I'm noticing many more flaws than before. Like as an example, Rico Harbor. Why the is this the second world in the game? Look at how narrow and skinny these rails are. This is supposed to be one of the beginning stages? And yes, I know that not every star requires you to run across these, but this is still kind of cool for someone that's still getting the hang of the controls. And the Pachinko machine was annoying as usual. Twice did I get all the coins and die trying to get the shine. Oh, get in there. Yeah, what? You. This my mind started to get the idea of going back and 100% in Sunshine, but I didn't fully commit to that yet. So now we move on to Mario 64 DS. In order to 100% Mario 64 DS, you need to get 7 stars in each of the 15 main worlds. You'll also need to get 100 coins in those main worlds, unlock 3 characters, defeat guys a few times, and find 30 secret stars. This game is one of my biggest conundrums of all time, because I love literally everything about it except the controls. It looks nice, the extra stars have some fun ideas, there's brand new levels to explore, you can play as multiple characters that control differently, it comes with touch control mini games, there's a multiplayer mode, it does everything that a remake should do, but the controls and physics just aren't very good. And if you don't get the physics and controls right, then it simply cannot top the game before it. Here's just one example of what I'm talking about. See, I'm trying to backflip and wall jump up to the Stardust Fortress. This was very difficult to do because I couldn't control Mario's momentum in the air. His speed is completely locked in, and he can barely move after committing. And on top of that, I was starting to get tired of playing. I was actually getting so tired that I completed the penguin race and walked out like a dumbass without grabbing a star. But even so, progress was coming along nicely. In fact, I managed to get 30 stars on top of the 2 other Mario games from earlier. So I was feeling confident about being able to finish on time. So with that, I went to bed and was excited for the next day. Day 2 began, and apparently I watched the Pokemon present before starting and didn't care for it. I probably shouldn't have wasted my time finding out that Pokemon Sleep was real. Wow, that's neat. But at least I unlocked Luigi last night, which means that playing was going to get a lot easier and faster because of how overpowered he is. Just the fact that his hand flutters allows him to make insane jumps and get a lot of stars much faster than he normally could. To start the day off, I unlocked Mario so I could have the rest of the characters, which would allow me to get the rest of the stars. There's a handful of stars that require a specific character, of course, so it makes sense to get them all so I can just clean up each stage as smoothly as possible without too much backtracking. The day was going so well, actually, that I had 80 stars and I wasn't even 2 hours into day 2. Getting up early is a blessing sometimes. I couldn't believe how quickly I was cleaning house. So I decided earlier that day to go back into Mario Sunshine to get the rest of the shines. Now, I know that sounds like a really bad idea considering how many games are left, but in the moment, I had just beaten 3 games in like a day and felt like I could do the rest of Sunshine and Mario 64 DS without any issues. So that's exactly what I did. I started by getting a lot of quick shines that I never got until Final Plaza, which reassured me that I was making the right choice of switching to 100%ing every 3D Mario. I even completed the Watermelon Festival on my first attempt, which was a shine that used to take me hours. And next thing I knew, I had gotten all the secret shines, and all that was left was 100 coins and the blue coins. So I started going for the hundreds. And Yonkers Hills, well, it took a while. 100 coins in general takes a long time in Mario Sunshine. And at this point, I was really hesitant on continuing this. But for some reason, I decided to keep going and just see how far I get. At the same time, might as well just go all out, right? The conflict of going for 100% or just beating the games was slowly sinking towards just beating them after like an hour of going for 100 points in sunshine. But here's the thing, I already made the commitment to get those shines and I already got some of them. It would be dumb if I didn't finish at this point. But then we get the Gelato Beach's 100 coins. Look at all those coins! Look at all those coins I'm missing! No! I just missed all of those coins! Like I said, getting 100 coins sucks. I actually had to restart this shine because there weren't enough coins for me to grab after missing so many. The coins from enemies despawn after like 2 seconds, which is incredibly unfair when you get attacked by the bees and aren't able to move. After spending an hour getting 100 in blue coins, I decided to switch back to Mario 64 DS. Switching to this game was a godsend to my sanity. Not only was I getting stars way faster, but my mood improved too. And the coins last for a long time too. Like seriously, I'm given a fair amount of time to collect them. Wow, what a crazy concept. I managed to play it for almost 15 hours and ended the day with 138 stars. How in the hell did I pull that off? I actually can't believe how quickly I was moving through Mario 64 DS. Because this was a mostly successful day, I decided to sleep on the idea of actually 100% all the games. I woke up and made the final decision. I was actually going to try to 100% all the games as of now. Just as we were approaching the actual daily dream mark, I was really concerned about the very last superstar. What I basically needed to do was catch 8 glowing rabbits. These rabbits unlock the mini games, but also unlock the star. The thing is, I wasn't sure if I was going to get these glowing rabbits because I already unlocked all the mini games on this cartridge. So when I got 248 stars, I was starting to worry that this wouldn't be possible to do. That's because I couldn't find a single rabbit, and I need to find ones that are glowing white. The reason I thought they weren't spawning was because I had already unlocked all the mini games. Heck, I deleted my 150 star save file in desperation, and that still didn't spawn the glowing bunnies. But it turns out I just had to talk to the Toad of the Red Bird, and he's the key to spawning them. So now that just means the grind is on. Now, grinding something in a marathon. I mean, that's gotta take a long time, right? Well, not exactly. There's a way to catch these little buggers quickly. You leave the main castle doors as Yoshi, check for a glowing rabbit, go back into the castle, and do this over and over again. After a few tries, I saw a glowing rabbit, which means I can actually 100% Mario 64 DS. I just needed to get 8 rabbits, so it didn't take as long as you'd expect. It's not like shiny hunting in Pokemon. The odds waterfall so I could just clean up each stage as smoothly as possible without too much backtracking. The day was going so well, actually, that I had 80 stars and I wasn't even 2 hours into day 2. Getting up early is a blessing sometimes. I couldn't believe how quickly I was cleaning house. So I decided earlier that day to go back into Mario's Sunshine to get the rest of the shines. Now, I know that sounds like a really bad idea considering how many games are left, but in the moment, I had just beaten 3 games in like a day and felt like I could do the rest of Sunshine and Mario 64 DS without any issues. So that's exactly what I did. I started by getting a lot of quick shines that I never got in the Final Plaza, which reassured me that I was making the right choice of switching to 100%ing every 3D Mario. I even completed the Watermelon Festival on my first attempt, which is a shine that used to take me hours. And next thing I knew, I had gotten all the secret shines, and all that was left was 100 coins and the blue coins. So I started going for the hundreds. And Yahoo Hills, well, it took a while. 100 coins in general takes a long time in Mario Sunshine. And at this point, I was really hesitant on continuing this. But for some reason, I decided to keep going and just see how far I get. At the same time, I pulled up a blue coin guide on my phone and set the speed to 2x so I could watch the video faster and find the blue coins as quickly as I could. If I'm doing this marathon, I might as well just go all out, right? The conflict of going for 100% or just beating the games was slowly sinking towards just beating them after like an hour of going for 100 points in Sunshine. But here's the thing, I already made the commitment to get those shines and I already got some of them. It would be dumb if I didn't finish at this point. But then we get the Gelato Beach's 100 coins. Look at all those coins! Look at all those coins I'm missing! No! I just missed all of those coins! Like I said, getting 100 coins sucks. I actually had to restart this shine because there weren't enough coins for me to grab after missing so many. The coins from enemies despawn after like 2 seconds, which is incredibly unfair when you get attacked by the bees and aren't able to move. After spending an hour getting 100 in blue coins, I decided to switch back to Mario 64 DS. Switching to this game was a godsend for my sanity. Not only was I getting stars way faster, but my mood improved too. And the coins last for a long time too. Like seriously, I'm given a fair amount of time to collect them. Wow, what a crazy concept. I managed to play it for almost 15 hours and ended the day with 138 stars. How in the hell did I pull that off? I actually can't believe how quickly I was moving through Mario 64 DS. Because this was a mostly successful day, I decided to sleep on the idea of actually 100%ing all games. I woke up and made a final decision. I was actually going to try to 100% all the games as of now. Just as we were approaching the actual day 3 mark, I was really concerned about the very last secret star. What I basically needed to do was catch 8 glowing rabbits. These rabbits unlock the mini games, but also unlock the star. The thing is, I wasn't sure if I was going to get these glowing rabbits because I already unlocked all the mini games on this cartridge. So when I got to 148 stars, I was starting to worry that this wouldn't be possible to do. That's because I couldn't back and talk to the Totem Director, and he's the key to spawning them. So now that just means the grind is on. Now, grinding something in a marathon. I mean, that's gotta take a long time, right? Well, not exactly. There's a way to catch these little buggers quickly. You leave the main castle doors as Yoshi, check for a glowing rabbit, go back into the castle, and do this over and over again. After a few tries, I saw a glowing rabbit, which means I can actually 100% Mario 64 DS. I just needed to get 8 rabbits, so it didn't take as long as you'd expect. It's not like shiny honey in Pokemon. The odds of me finding a glowing rabbit are much higher than I remember them being. So I got 150 stars right at the official day 3 mark, which meant I had the entire day to 100% Mario Sunshine. And things were going just about as well as they could. 100 coins of blue coins were taking random amounts of time. It really depended on the stage I was playing. Pinna Park's 100 was a piece of cake, but then you got the blue coins and Noki Bay. They really put these in the most obscure spots imaginable. Even with a guide, it took me a while to get them. But 4 hours in, I actually did it. I got this blue coins, did the stupid durian fruit mission, and gave my blue coins to the bears so I could 100% Mario Sunshine. But my day was nowhere close to done. After a very short break, I started Mario Galaxy and was praying to the gods that I could make a lot of progress. In order to 100% Mario Galaxy, you need to get 121 stars. To do that, I'm required to collect 67 stars in 29 major galaxies, as well as go to 13 other minor galaxies that have 1 to 2 stars each. The only thing I won't be doing is replaying every star as Luigi, because it's literally the same levels, which is pretty redundant if you ask me. And let's also keep in mind that there is a lot of video game buttons, so I have no choice but to skip out on Luigi. Now, if you've played the Galaxy games, you already know that they're slower paced and you can't skip any cutscenes. This was by far the biggest problem with the entire challenge. It wasn't dying the levels or playing bad, no, it was the loading times. Now, maybe you think I'm exaggerating a bit, or just overthinking. Well, boy do I have some news for you. Every time you grab a star, you're forced to watch Mario be all dun 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 dun, and then the screen fades out, Mario goes back to the hub, he's like, oh, yeah, and ba-da-da-da-da-da. And this entire segment happens 121 times. And do you want to know how much time this wastes? Well, I added up the total time for this 1 segment, and it was 17 seconds. If you times that by 121, you get 2,057 seconds, or around 34 minutes. Doesn't sound too bad, right? Well, that's not all. Let's not forget that you also have to go back into the level itself, pick the galaxy, select the star, and watch more unskippable cutscenes. The time that this takes varies a little bit, but it's roughly around 23 but it's a huge problem for the marathon that I'm doing now. I need as many time saves as possible to make this all work. Now I know that all sounds overwhelming, but that wasn't really the case. In fact, things mellowed out quite a bit. My gameplay went pretty well at the beginning, but I was not. Only at day 3, I was so drained from playing video games under this kind of pressure. And we're not even halfway through this thing. I was also getting tired of listening to Mario game music, so I loaded up some random stuff on YouTube. On this day, I chose to listen to No Watch 2022 music compilation. I think I played the entire thing like 3 times in a row, so you're welcome for the watch time, I guess. Since Galaxy is such a slow-paced game, I was running on autopilot, and my mind was drifting off into all sorts of weird shit, such as how my life the past 10 years has been extremely unusual compared to most human beings. And I was at the tipping point of having existential thoughts, but instead of that happening, all I wanted to do was play other video games. Splatoon 3's first wave of DLC dropped during the marathon, there was a bunch of new stuff in the Salmon Run that came out, and I couldn't do any of that. No, I'm stuck playing Mario Galaxy for the 10th time. Never have I felt so trapped with work in my life. Playing these games felt like a chore for the first time. But despite all of that, things were still coming together. I wasn't getting stars as fast as I wanted, but I was trying my best to save time where I could. Another thing I was doing was getting a lot of star bits and levels. That's because you need a total of 6,000 star bits for all the Lunas combined outside each room. And I don't want to waste time grinding for star bits at the very end. So because of that, I had to play some levels slower. But in the long run, I think it was a good strategy. I was trying to at least reach triple digits with stars before going to bed, but I wasn't there yet even when it was midnight. But I had one thing going for me at least. I maxed my life count without realizing it, so that's kind of cool. I ended up getting 101 stars by the end of the night, and that was it. At that point, I had been playing for almost 15 hours and really needed some sleep. Before bed, I hopped onto the hoverboard and tried to contemplate how on earth I was going to finish all these games. It was at this moment that I realized how much of a mistake going for 100% was. And it's like, I knew it was a bad idea from the get-go. I've 100% all these games in the past. I remember how long they took. Why on earth am I doing this to myself? I'm tired still. Boy, oh boy, am I ready for another fun day of gaming. I'm still not done with Galaxy, which means I need to cook today. I gotta finish this game and also Booty in Galaxy 2 if I want to stand a chance to finish on time. Thankfully, I was cruising through the remainder of the purple coin comments, and after finishing the anticlimactic 121st star, Mario Galaxy 1 was finally complete. And that was it for Mario 3D All-Stars. It was time to hop into Mario Galaxy 2, which means we're switching to a much lower resolution because the only way we can play it authentically is with a weird. Watch more unskippable cutscenes. The time at this stage varies a little bit, but it's roughly around 23 seconds from selecting the galaxy to actually playing the game. That times 121 is 2,783 seconds, which is around 46 minutes. That totals up to around 80 minutes. And let's not forget there's a bunch of other cutscenes that happen throughout the game that we can't skip. I have to master the coin screen, the star bit screen, if I want to save the game or not. That basically means that I'm losing anywhere from 90 to 100 minutes on but I was not. Only in day 3, I was so drained from playing video games under this kind of pressure. And we're not even halfway through this thing. I was also getting tired of listening to Mario game music, so I loaded up some random stuff on YouTube. On this day, I chose to listen to No Watch 2022 music compilation. I think I played the entire thing like 3 times in a row, so you're welcome for the watch time, I guess. Since Galaxy is such a slow-paced game, I was running on autopilot, and my mind was drifting off into all sorts of weird shit, such as how my life the past many years has been extremely unusual compared to most human beings. And I was at the tipping point of having existential thoughts, but instead of that happening, all I wanted to do was play other video games. Splatoon 3's first wave of DLC dropped during the marathon, there was a bunch of new stuff on Salmon Run that came out, and I couldn't do any of that. No, I'm stuck playing Mario Galaxy for the 10th time. Never have I felt so trapped with work in my life. Playing this game felt like a chore for the first time. But despite all of that, things were still coming together. I wasn't getting stars as fast as I wanted, but I was trying my best to save time where I could. Another thing I was doing was getting a lot of star bits and levels. That's because you need a total of 6,000 star bits for all the Lumas to find outside each room. And I don't want to waste time grinding for star bits at the very end. So because of that, I had to play some levels slower. But in the long run, I think it was a good strategy. I was trying to at least reach triple digits with stars before going to bed, but I wasn't there yet even when it was midnight. But I had one thing going for me at least. I maxed my life count without realizing it. So that's kind of cool. I ended up getting 101 stars by the end of the night, and that was it. At that point, I had been playing for almost 15 hours and really needed some sleep. Before bed, I hopped onto the hoverboard and tried to contemplate how on earth I was going to finish all these games. It was at this moment that I realized how much of a mistake going for 100% was. And it's like, I knew it was a bad idea from the get-go. I've 100% all these games in the past. I remember how long they took. Why on earth am I doing this to myself? I'm tired still. Boy, oh boy, am I ready for another fun day of gaming. I'm still not done with Galaxy, which means I need to cook today. I gotta finish this game and also booty in Galaxy 2 if I want to stand a chance to finish on time. Thankfully, I was cruising through the remainder of the Purple Coin comments, and after finishing the anticlimactic for the 21st star, Mario Galaxy 1 was finally complete. And that was it for Mario 3D All-Stars. It was time to hop into Mario Galaxy 2, which means we're switching to a much more resolution because the only way we can play it authentically is with a Wii or Wii U. So I fired it up on the Wii U and got my Wiimote and nunchuck ready to go. The big hurdle for completing this game is the green stars and common medals. The only strategy I really had was to get the common medals on the first attempt. That way, I would never need to re-enter a level after getting its initial star. And then, of course, use a guide for the green stars so I don't waste time looking around. Mario Galaxy 2 has 122 stars spread across 49 galaxies. And each area has 2 to 3 stars per galaxy. But that doesn't include an additional 120 green stars, which is also 2 to 3 stars per galaxy. And let's not forget that I need to max out my star bit counter to unlock the final galaxy in the game. So that's literally twice the amount of content, and I still have 4 games after this one. Like last time, cutscenes are a massive hurdle. I decided to time out how long they take once again, so I can get an average of my time wasted. And the results? Oh man, the results were really scary. Once you collect a star, fade out of the galaxy, fly back to Starship Mario, and get access to pushing A again, that takes around 19 seconds. With 242 stars to collect, that gives us a grand total of 4,598 seconds, or 76 and a half minutes. Well, that sounds really bad. It kind of balances itself out. Since you don't really use Starship Mario for anything outside of entering the galaxies, you'll get Mario levels using the which means we're switching to a much lower resolution because the only way we can play it authentically is with a Wii or Wii U. So I fired it up on the Wii U and got my Wii Remote nunchuck ready to go. The big hurdle for completing this game is the green stars and comet medals. The only strategy I really had was to get the comet medals on the first attempt. That way I would never need to re-enter a level after getting its initial star. And then of course there's a guide for the green stars so I don't waste time looking around. to, it was as far as I could narrowly go without falling asleep. So day 6, about 3 hours of sleep. This challenge is actually stressing me out so much that I'm not sleeping. Don't you all love days like this, when you're so stressed about something that you wake up early, can't fall back asleep, and since you're already awake, you just start the day like everything's peaches and green? Hooray for the sleep schedule! Woo! So, as you can imagine, I say virtually nothing while finishing 3D Land. I am quite literally running on pure willpower at this point. Just trying to take advantage of this pocket of time where I'm able to function. But I got to the final boss fight, this happened. Ooh, we did it. This is my reaction. Yawn. This game is just that sums up the whole game. I beat it, I'm done with it. How do I react? I yawn. I kid you not. I was so tired that I cleared the entirety of Essay Crown on the first try, only to start walking on the thank you blocks and die. If that doesn't speak volumes for how draining this whole challenge later into the night, or I'll have to get up next really when these things catch up. My only saving grace was the green star at the bottom of the galaxy. And you wonder why? Because for some reason I can skip the boss cutscene. Even though I haven't got the green stars yet or died, I'm just allowed to do that for this one galaxy for some reason. And also, I didn't do that on my starbase to get the perfect run unlock, because I guess the other save file already did that. I honestly don't understand how this game works, but please tell me am I not complaining about that. Surprisingly, I only got it a few times on the perfect run, which means I finally finished getting 100% in Super Mario Galaxy 2. After having a meeting with my park manager and meeting, I finally started Mario 3D Land. I was so relieved to have moved past the Galaxy games, because at least everything else from here on out isn't slow and lag. In order to 100% Mario 3D Land, I have to complete 96 levels, collect all 285 star medals, and punch the top 45. There's 3 star medals in every level, plus a couple of random ones in mystery houses here and there. So in order to beat this game as efficiently as possible, I need to get all the star medals on the first go for each level and try to die as little as possible. To unlock a crown, the final stage, you're supposed to replay all the levels in 3D as well, but I'm not going to be doing that for the same reason I skipped the Galaxy 1. It's completely redundant. And also, it's day 5 and I'm running out of time, but I'll of course still finish the last 6 levels. Thankfully, Mario 3D Land is a lot easier than the Galaxy games. It's a huge relief that I've passed all the other games, which are notably more difficult. 3D Land is kind of like the breeder of the challenge, which also makes it a bit boring, but I don't know. It's pretty common to play an entire level in 3D Land, and once you leave, you have no idea what you just played. It's not that the game isn't fun, but since there's no theme for each world, the levels themselves are very distinct, it's hard to remember what you actually played. I've gone through 3D Land like 5 or 6 times before, and I still can't remember the majority of the levels. Thankfully though, I was really cruising. I got through the first half of the game in a few hours, but I was mentally suffering. I was just so tired of playing Mario games. It feels like I'm being chained to a cog in a wheel, being tested on my willpower and patience. I think a lot of these feelings has to do with the fact that 3D Land is such an average Mario game. Things should get a little bit better with the 3D one, but that's really all I have to say. I ended the day being most of 3D Land, and I was feeling pretty good about being able to finish 3D World very quickly tomorrow. I spent on this game a couple years ago, so I should still have some of my skills with it. So while I didn't make quite as much progress as I wanted to, it was as far as I could really go without falling asleep. So it's day 6, about 3 hours of sleep. This challenge is actually stressing me out so much that I'm not sleeping. Don't you all love days like this, when you're so stressed about something that you wake up early, can't fall back asleep, and since you're already awake, you just start the day like everything's peaches and green? Hooray for the sleep schedule! Woo! So, as you can imagine, I say virtually nothing while finishing 3D Land. I am quite literally running on pure willpower at this point. Just trying to take advantage of this pocket of time where I'm able to function. When I got to the final boss fight, this happened. Ooh, we did it. This is my reaction. Yawn. This game is just that sums up the whole game. I beat it, I'm done with it. How do I react? I yawn. I kid you not. I was so tired that I cleared the entirety of Essay Crown on the first try, only to start walking on the thank you blocks and die. If that doesn't speak volumes for how draining this whole challenge is, then I don't know what else. Now that that was over, I moved on to Mario 3D World. And of course I picked the Switch version because all the characters move faster, but also because I like this, when you're so stressed about something that you wake up early, can't fall back to sleep, and since you're already awake, you just start the day like everything's peaches and cream. Hooray for the sleep schedule! Woo! So, as you can imagine, I say virtually nothing while finishing 3D Land. I am quite literally running on pure willpower at this point. Just trying to take advantage of this pocket of time where I'm able to function. When I got to the final boss fight, this happened. Ooh, we did it! This is my reaction. Yawn. This game is just... That sums up the whole game. I beat it, I'm done with it. How do I react? I yawn. I kid you not. I was so tired that I cleared the entirety of Essay Crown on the first try, only to start walking on the thank you blocks and die. If that doesn't speak volumes for how draining this whole challenge is, then I don't know what does. Now that that was over, I moved out to Mario 3D World. And of course, I picked the Switch version because all the characters move faster, but also because I can skip the cutscenes. Oh my god, Nintendo, you madman! Wow, truly innovative idea. Let's go! Yeah! But anyway, 100% Mario 3D World, you need to complete 117 levels spread out between 12 overworlds, punch the top of each flagpole, as well as collect 85 stamps and 380 green stars. The only thing I won't be doing, as I'm sure you can guess by now, is completing each level with all 5 characters, because once again, it's very redundant to do that. So while I do need to collect a lot more things this time and there's more levels, just the fact the game is piece better is gonna make it much easier to get. Plus, once you collect the green star stamp, you have it for good. So if you die getting one of these items, it's not a big deal at all. You just have to clear the level and you'll still have to collect them. Plus, the other characters are more fun to use, the power-ups are more interesting, the levels themselves are more unique, the music is nice, just everything I could possibly want right now is here. The only problem at this moment is that I'm still running on 3 hours of sleep. So at some point, I stopped playing and went back upstairs for a nice 3-hour nap. The nap still wasn't enough sleep, but at least I was feeling a lot better and was able to continue on with the day. In fact, I got through the entire game in one day. Even Champion's Road wasn't that much of a problem, mostly because I figured out something that I somehow didn't consider doing until this very day. The only section that drives me crazy in Champion's Road is all the ant-troopers on the red blocks. Why not just smack them away with a tanuki tail? This game's been out for almost 10 years. How have I never thought of doing this before? But anyway, 3D World is done. Now I just have 2 games to go. The goal for tonight was to just finish the main game for Odyssey and go for all the power-ups afterwards. We are so close to the end now. Can it actually be done despite how little time is left? This is it, the final day. After a few hours, I finished Mario Odyssey and just needed to go for the post-game stuff. The order that I wanted to get everything in was purple coins, power moves, and constants. With guides pulled up on my phone, this seems very doable considering I still had like 20-ish hours left. But once I reached 300-ish moves in Lake Kingdom, I was starting to get worried again. Sand Kingdom took like 2 hours to get everything, so I really wasn't sure if I was going to have enough time. I mean, how then I discovered the dark, cold truth of my situation. There's a reason I haven't explained to you how to 100% this game yet, because I completely forgot how much is in this game. I originally thought that there were 500 power moves total, because that's how many you need to unlock Darker Side. Well, guess what? Oh, I could not have been wrong. I could not have been more wrong. No, there's actually 880 unique power moves. And that's not even every collectible. There's also 1,000 purple coins, and then there's costumes. Oh my god, the costumes. See, I knew the costumes were going to trip a lot of my time and points too, but I did not realize how much the DLC adds things up. Not including costumes you get for purple coins. We have to unlock 64 costumes, which cost us a grand total of 97,098 coins. God damn! And let's keep in mind that even if we get all 880 unique power moves, we still have to buy extra ones to get 999 power moves just so we can get the stupid add-on Peach's Castle. So that means we gotta get an extra 119 power moves at 100 points each, and that costs us an additional 11,900 points. So to do everything in the game, you need a bare minimum of 108,990 coins, and that is assuming you die 0 times, which takes away 10 points. This game is sadistic for completionists. Now, there are decent ways to farm out points in Odyssey. You can play Luigi's Balloon World, or repeat this one sub-area over and over again. But it didn't matter either way. It was quite literally impossible for me to 100% Odyssey, realizing how long the game is. Even if I played for 16 to 18 hours a day instead of 12 to 14, I don't know if this is actually possible unless you notice we run every 3D Mario game at a high level. That is the only way I can see this being feasible at all. So, what did I end up doing? Well, the only option I had left was to at least get all the purple coins and get 500 power moves to unlock all the levels. I also unlocked a few costumes, but that was all the time I had. This alone took quite a few hours, and I didn't end up finishing this until past midnight. And guess what? I'm not done yet! I still gotta complete Bowser's Fury! And thank God this game is short 100%, and I can easily get all 100 actions. The last good thing going for me here is the fact that when Bowser's Fury came here's my new timer. It's actually countdown this time, and boom, I officially have less than 7 days to finish every Mario Kart game. Let's do this! Starting with our first day is Super Mario Kart. In order to 100% this one, I simply need to get a gold medal in all the cups. 50, 100, and 150cc. In other words, I have to play well for 60 races. This is easier said than done because Super Mario Kart goes out of its way to make your life miserable. In fact, I've never fully beaten this game because of its difficulty and how unforgiving it can be. I've played each of these games on official releases and decided to play the first 3 Mario Karts peaking with others, you see, we're gonna feel like a slog for the rest of these Mario Karts because I'm so used to the faster speeds. But honestly, after the torture that was Super Mario Kart, it was kind of nice to have a breather and get used to Mario Kart 64's controls again. I did not have this luxury when marathon the 3D Mario games. It was action-packed the whole time with very little breaks. So Kart, I was making progress, and eventually I cleared the final cup in 150cc. Thank freaking God. Next up was Mario Kart 64. And yes, I busted out the N64 controller for this one, so it feels like the original. To 100% this one, it's the exact same process, but with one extra thing. I basically need to complete 64 races. Now, I grew up with this Mario Kart, and I'll always have a soft spot for it, but I also know that it can be unfair as well. The item spawns aren't as much of an issue, but the rubber banding is so bad in the harder levels. But starting up, of course, was 50cc, and this had to have been the first time I played this game at 50cc since I was like 8 years old. And my goodness, it feels so slow. And that's when I came to the realization that 50 and 100cc were gonna feel like a slog for the rest of these Mario Karts because I'm so used to the faster speeds. But honestly, after the torture that was Super Mario Kart, it was kind of nice to have a breather and get used to Mario Kart 64's control scheme. I did not have this luxury of marathon completing Mario games. It was action-packed the whole time with very little breaks. So this will be a very different experience overall. Now, this game is aged okay. The tracks are great, and I love the characters' voices to death, but that's about the only highlights. The red shells still don't work that well, but at least the CPUs aren't jumping over them, thank God. So this still feels like it's gonna be slightly easier. In terms of how to fend off rubber banding, well, it kind of just comes down to your item look. I mean, seriously, the CPUs will pass you and zoom ahead if you don't consistently get shells and bananas to hit them. In some aspects, this is kind of fun because you have to put in the effort to use your items properly, but it's not fun when you get a mushroom or something completely useless and the CPU zoom ahead and there's nothing you can do about it. But in general, I didn't have that many problems getting rolls this time, except for one course. Toad's Turnpike in extra mode. Because the cars and trucks drive towards you and good frickin' luck avoiding them. If you get hit by one, you'll get hit by multiple in a row because you have no invincibility rings. But who cares? I finished 100% Mario Kart 64 and it's 1 in the morning, oh boy. I did start later in the day, but I was kind of hoping to make more progress in Super Circuit. So I basically just did 1 cup of that and then went to bed. So overall, a fairly frustrating day, but I know that after I get through Super Circuit, it's gonna be smooth sailing. So, Mario Kart Super Circuit. The process to getting 100% just might be the most difficult and obnoxious task of any Mario Kart to ever exist. For every cup, we need to secure a 3-star rating, a common thing in the modern era, but this was the first title to include them. We also have to get 100 points or more for each cup to unlock the extra cups, and those extra cups just so happen to be the Super Mario Kart tracks, which means I need to complete 180 races. You can tell how excited I am about this ordeal, can't you? Nice to have a obnoxious, and downright evil systems I've ever seen put into play for a race to beat. So the way the star ranks works is based on how many skill points you have by the end of the cup. What allows you to increase or decrease these points? That's where things get interesting, because there are a ton of variables put into play. For starters, the character you pick will award you different amounts of skill points. Bowser gives you 45, Pecan Mario 40, Mario and Luigi 30, Peach and Toad 10, and Yoshi 0. This is based on how easy they are to control, so there's some risk to reward factor. It also depends on what CC you're playing at. So the higher the difficulty, the less skill points you'll get. But that's just the absolute basics of this system. What happens in the race itself can drastically affect your rank. So what can you do to gain more skill points? I got 100 points in every cup, and then I didn't unlock the extra cup. That's strange. Maybe I'm supposed to also do this for 100 and 150cc as well? So that's exactly what I did. I struggled through all those tracks again, barely squeezing out 1 or 2 star ranks, and I still didn't unlock the extra tracks. And that's when I found out that you are forced to play the cup's points. On the second playthrough, you could unlock the extra cup, and only for that CC. So that means I had to play 50, 100, and 150cc those guys over just to unlock the extra tracks. Which, by the way, I still had to play all of those as well. And that would normally be a problem, except that I'm on a time limit, and I'm trying to get 3 stars, so I'm constantly restarting tracks over and over again. But now, let's talk about the star ranking system. This is one of the most cryptic, obnoxious, and downright evil systems I've ever seen put into play for a race to beat. So the way the star ranks works is based on how many skill points you have by the end of the cup. What allows you to increase or decrease these points? That's where things get interesting, because there are a ton of variables put into play. For starters, the character you pick will award you different amounts of skill points. Bowser gives you 45, Pecan Mario 40, Mario and Luigi 30, Peach and Toad 10, and Yoshi 0. This is based on how easy they are to control, so there's some risk to reward factor here. It also depends on what CC you're playing at. So the higher the difficulty, the less skill points you'll get. But that's just the absolute basics of this system. What happens in the race itself can drastically affect your rank. So what can you do to gain more skill points? You can collect coins, run through item boxes while your slots are full, get hit by lightning, and go fast fishing. These 4 variables are the only things you can use to get more skill points. And most of them are completely arbitrary. Like, why does it matter if I'm holding on to items or not? And it's more cryptic than that, because hitting enemies or items on the road, spinning out, bumping into a wall, using a rocket star, and lightning to rescuing you from falling. I kid you not, all of these variables can make you lose skill points. I mean, no wonder it's so hard to get 3 stars. Let's just go over some of these, like not accelerating using my brakes. Are you kidding me? Why the hell should that matter at all? This is a racing game. Every race is different, so naturally I'm gonna be forced to play every race slightly differently. And then there's the matter of the items. Using lightning, stars, or red shells as a detriment is complete crap because you have no control what items you receive. I mean, hell, I've gotten stars in second place tons of times in Super Circuit. So what am I supposed to do about it? And then there's hitting enemies or items on the road, spinning out, and letting you rescuing us. I think those factors are fine, although bumping into walls is still kind of, if you ask me. Then there's using a rocket star. That is so contradicting considering the game wants you to finish laps fast. How am I supposed to do that when I'm discouraged to use the rocket star? And what's crazy is I have never seen anyone talk about how BS this system is. So I'm glad to be sharing it with everyone now because, god damn. So I basically figured out this whole star rank system about an hour or so into playing. And that's why I was so focused on playing like a pretty little princess. And guess what? This list of variables misses out on one key factor that also makes a big difference. And that is drift. Because yes, you can drift in this game, one officially, and that's on an actual game. So I apologize for the quality drop, but there is no other option. In order to 100% this one, I had to get gold in all cups, including the all cup tour in hero mode. I just had to complete 96 races. It was also starting to get late already. I started Double Dash at like 8 p.m. after playing Super Circuit for most of the day, but that's okay. This is a good video game. The drifting is actually usable, the tracks are fun, the music is great, it still looks nice. I'm out of Mario Kart hell. Finally, I can have some fun again. My neck was starting to strain a bit from looking up at my TV that's too high, but I was still great, so I didn't care. One of the most nostalgic parts of Double Dash is, strangely enough, the unlock screens. It left a huge impression on me because of how exciting the moment is. You get this super trippy music, a big and regular location, and then you get to see exactly what you unlocked. It's much more impactful than most of the other Mario Kart titles, and it further drives you to keep playing the cups. In this game, it has by far the best final unlockable out of all the Mario Karts. When you finish a Grand Prix, you get celebrated with you driving around in this fancy golden parade car, and that's what you unlock at the very end. It's an awesome reward. The whole game is so rewarding, and thankfully, I didn't make any mistakes and got gold medals on everything on the first attempt. But even so, it was really getting late now, and I was getting exhausted, but I still wasn't done. I needed to make at least a tiny bit of headway in the Mario Kart DS. To get 100%, as usual, you need to get gold medals in every cup, which includes 128 races. But I also have to get a 1-star ranking in every mission mode level so that I can unlock level 7, and then I have to beat all those levels, which gives us 63 total missions. So this game is a bit more involved and has more going on, but I am pumped. Even though I was dead tired, I was so excited for the next stage because this is by far my favorite Mario Kart, and it probably always will be. Final unlockable out of Mario Kart. Driving around today was going to be hard. I get to fully replay Mario Kart DS, and the only culprit was that my thumb was starting to get sore, which is bizarre because I used to play version has more stuff in it, which makes it actually harder. And when it comes to getting 100%, the requirements change a lot compared to what we're used to. I actually don't need to play all the cups of their difficulties. No, I just have to get a 1-star rank or better in the base team mirror cups, and then gold and 200cc, which equates to 96 races. Then I have to beat 48 base team stacos and 150cc time trials, and the final requirement will be to collect 5,000 coins. The coins are where you unlock almost everything, because now we have tons of card parts to get. I decided to start with 150cc mirror mode so I can start getting some coins for better card parts, which in turn make the time trials easier. Then after that was 200cc, and I don't really like playing the game at this speed because the majority of attacks just aren't built for how fast you go. I do love the thrill of it because some tracks work well, but most of them don't, and it's a bit of a pain. But I was raking in tons of coins, which is great. I've been trying to get as many as possible before I start farming for coins because, yes, I'm literally gonna be coin farming in Mario Kart. But yeah, I pretty easily finished 200cc. I unlocked Gold Mario, and it was so cool. Oh my god, there he is. Wow, he's cool. And then I got started on time trials. And at this point, I'm actually really bored. And it's not even that deep. Okay, no, I'm not gonna lie, this game just started to get boring. I want Mario Kart 9 already. But really, it just comes down to the fact that I've been playing Mario Kart for 4 days straight, averaging 14 to 15 hours a day, so it's really getting to me. And there's just so many tracks in this game. I couldn't even finish the time trials because there's just too many to do. I got over halfway through and then hit the hay for the night. I started day 5 a little bit late, but I quickly finished the time trials and had one more mission: reach 5,000 coins. In order to do that, I had a pretty killer strategy. Normally when you're racing, you can only get 10 coins at a time, which is incredibly slow for how many coins I need. So instead, we're going to be using battle mode because coins here also count towards my overall total. The plan was to use Renegade Roundup, turn off all CPUs that have player 2-1, set the ground count at 24, and always pick Dragon Palace. With this method, I'm able to collect 10 coins very quickly and then end the game basically right afterwards. There's 2 different spawn points, and it also didn't matter if I got eaten or not, I still got the coins in the end. With both of these spawn points, I was able to finish a match anywhere from 18 to 20 seconds. And the only time I had to wait for anything was during the loading, so I was getting roughly 10 coins a minute. This is much faster than just doing races, considering each race takes around 2 minutes, and there's a high chance of getting hit by items and not coming out with 10 coins. And there's a reason I selected 24 rounds, and that's because, well, most you can pick, but at the end, I'm forced to sit through the trophy screen and then make the whole setup again. While this process was fast, it was also incredibly dull. And not only was it dull, but there was no downtime. I had to actively be mashing the A button and trying to get coins as fast as possible. And this method took all day. My entire afternoon was tied up into doing just this, which drove me a little crazy after a while, but I'm so glad I did it. I was really really tempted to play DLC stages to get coins because they would have been way more fun. But I'm so glad I did it because Mario Kart 8 is the least of my worries. After a ton of time, I got the 5,000 coins and unlocked every single kart part in the game. So all that was left was the final game, Mario Kart 7. This absolute monster of a game is asking a task so absurd that I can't believe Nintendo actually went through with it. So, to get 100%, we need to beat all the cups, which is 128 races, but we also need to complete 100 races with gyro control and use that gyro for 80% of it. It's a bit of an auto-lockable. The thing to lock is just a golden steering wheel and it goes away if you don't continue using the gyro, but I'm going to get it anyway just for the sake of it. But are you ready to hear what the final 100% achievement is? We need to collect 20,000 coins. Has Nintendo completely lost their mind? Like, how on earth am I supposed to get that many coins in less than 2 days? Now, you might be thinking that there's some sort of coin farming strategy I can use, right? Well, I tried just about everything that you possibly could, and nothing worked. The first thing I tried was battle because there's coin farmers. I got 10 coins there, finished the battle, and it doesn't add to my coin count. So then I thought that maybe I could use the local multiplayer. I tested it out with my super old 3DS capture card and discovered something incredible. I completed the race with 10 coins, left the match, and it actually added points to my counter. So I grabbed all the 3DSs in my house and had a crazy idea. I got all of them turned on, connected every single one of them to my main 3DS's lobby, and I split us all into teams. On my team, I got 10 coins as myself, and 10 coins with everybody else also on my team. So I tried finishing the match, hoping that I'd get more than 10 coins because we're on a team, right? And then my counter didn't add up. It didn't work. It just didn't work. The last thing I tried was time trials, and yet again, the coins there didn't count. So what option does that leave us with? Well, we'll get to that at the end. But for now, I have gyro races to do. I've messed with this feature before, and it's kind of neat, but it has a lot of inherent flaws. For one, it's super awkward to drift with, and two, I can't see anything around me. It was really easy to get hit by items that were past me because I wasn't able to see them coming. Drifting is awkward because you don't feel or see the impact of the drift. Your car just kind of starts turning sharper, and that's all the feedback you get out of it. I played through a large chunk of the campaign and almost finished the entire thing. I only had 4 cups to go, and was gonna have to finish them tomorrow since it was extremely late. And after that, the farming begins. Only 2 days left of this marathon, and honestly, I was still feeling pretty good, but I had a sinking feeling that this challenge was going to be completely impossible. Today is the day that I can ultimately find out as I finish getting my new steering wheel. Wow, that was truly worth it. Look at that. And then I finished up the rest of the cups, and I began the coin farm. Now, what exactly is the most optimal way to get coins? Well, I don't have a the way to go. And the reason for that is because with this method, I'm always guaranteed 10 points per race. If I try to do these races normally, the odds of me finishing a race with less than 10 points is extremely high because of how often we get knocked around with items. And also, the computers are generally very close behind me, so it doesn't really waste that much time waiting for all 7 of them to finish 3 laps. longer than we'd imagined, so we're in for quite the ride. And I say we because Simple Flips was crazy enough to join me for this venture. We streamed the entire thing together and raced to see who could finish all the games first. If for whatever reason you don't know who Simple Flips is, he's incredibly good at 3D and 2D Mario games, so I expect to lose this race. But It's filled with so many stupid jokes, 2,000 fights, and so many more shenanigans. I can't believe I spent this much time talking about the lost levels of all things. But I'm dumbfounded how movie goes full on Baja Blast mode. And it's out of complete nowhere, too. I don't know why Mario Land 2 is easy up until this last stage, but here's the one part of this game that's really dumb. If you lose all your lives in this final level, you lose all the coins in this final level door, which means that you'd be forced to battle the boss again to get all the coins back. Why the hell is this a thing? This was clearly added out of game time, which is unfortunate, Funny how easy the last phase is. If you just smash with the carrot in the air, you could hit him 3 times in like 4 seconds. But after that, the game was over and I finished it in 2 hours and 39 minutes. That's about how long I expected this one to take. But I completely forgot how tough that last level is. So up next was Super Mario All-Stars. In order to 100% this one, we need to beat all 4 games without using cores. This equates to beating 194 levels. The reason we're even playing this is because these games aren't cores. They're full-on remakes with upgraded graphics and music, and the physics are a lot better too. Because of that, it makes sense to add these to the marathon since they're pretty different experiences compared to the NES counterparts. It's also worth noting that we're not playing the version of Mario All-Stars that added in Super Mario World, because that version changed nothing about that game. The save system is also much more generous. me in the right spot, you could look through the wall and skip a massive chunk of 7-2. It wasn't really necessary to do this, considering I was making great time already, but I thought it would look kind of cool, and after a few minutes, I got the clip and took out Virgo. And just like that, we were done with Super Mario Bros. 2. Again! Which means I just have to finish Mario Bros. 3. Some of what's ended up getting a bit because the camera controls had to be mapped to the same D-pad that we're using for moving. Because there's only like 5.5 buttons on a Game Boy Color. They couldn't have a choice. I also needed to play a lot more cautiously. Running at full speed was a horrible idea if you didn't know exactly what was coming. Doing that would often lead to running into enemies by accident. But after a little over an hour, I managed to beat the original game. So it's nice to knock that out, but now I get to do it again with a star icon. What's the difference though? A star icon? Well, basically the Goombas turn into fuzzy heels. Yep, that's the only difference. Now, funny enough, this so-called star mode is also in the original Super Mario Bros. If you just replay the game after beating it. But because the difference was so minuscule, we didn't bother adding it as a requirement for Marathon. But we're doing it this time because we unlocked the photo for it. So after beating the star icon version, which really wasn't that much harder, I decided to also play the versus the challenge. This is probably my favorite part of the game. The concept's pretty simple. You race and move across the custom-built stage and try to beat who's in the end. In the way are a bunch of red and white blocks. Hitting the one with the face changes their color and updates the platform surrounding you. This is a ton of fun, and I'm really surprised Nintendo has never brought it back. This mode would be killer to see as DLC in Mario Bros. Wonder, even if it's just a small handful of stages. But after that, I clicked on the Luigi head, and the title screen said Super Players Mode. I wonder what that is. No, it's the lost levels again, but that was Screen Crunch! Oh god, Nintendo, why did you feel the need to include this? There's only one good thing about playing the lost levels again. Not every stage is included. World 9 and Worlds A through D aren't playable. Although, funny enough, all these stages are written in the game's code still. They also removed the wind from all the levels and made some of the jumps slightly easier. So, in a way, this is the best and worst way to play the lost levels. They made the game easier, but only because we're playing in a crunchy 4x3 ratio. Since I've already played through this awful game twice, getting through it a third time was not as painful as I expected. I already knew it was coming up, so I was hoping to only get stuck at the very end. Simple at this point was only slightly behind, but again, we're still very close. I'm starting to program. Look, I think Mario Bros. Deluxe as a game has a lot of great things to offer. But going for 100% is somehow one of the most obnoxious things I've ever done in a Mario game. After spending half the day replaying stages, I figured out that I could get a good chunk of points before too, which Lucky finally finished the score bar in 100% the game. Just kidding! I'm not small snippets for shooting balls at you. Like I said, there's some pretty annoying games, but it wasn't as hard as I expected. The main hurdle was that it was just time consuming, because by the time Wart gobbled down more veggies, it took 6 hours and 59 minutes. But the day was not over yet. We're already moving on to Super Mario Advance 2. This game being a remake of Super Mario World. To 100% this, I need to beat all 72 levels, find all 24 secret exits, hit all 4 switches, and collect all 360 dragon points. The only reason we're getting the dragon points this time is because it's reward compared to the original game. You apparently get this super cool cutscene at the end, and the coins also transform. While in the original game, you just get a 1-up for getting all the dragon coins at any individual stage, so not really worth much. There's actually a lot of really cool things about this remake. For one, you can play as Luigi, who I was rocking for quite a while. He has a higher jump and takes more time to build speed, so I actually quite liked it because it unironically made the game feel less slippery. There's also dragon coins in most of the levels that didn't have them before, as well as a bunch of small improvements. The only real downside this game has is that it looks blown out to shit. And the reason for that is this game came out when the only Game Boy Advance that existed was the one without the backlit screen. So Advance 2 had to compensate and make the whole game a bit brighter. But besides that, it's the same great game again. And even though I've never been super fond of Mario World, as you know at this point, this marathon has really made me appreciate it more. I was starting to remember where the secret exits were by just playing, which made getting through it a lot more fun than the first time. But the day was getting really late, and I was getting tired, so I stopped after playing a decent chunk of it. Despite being 6 days in, I somehow stole the same amount of energy as I did on the first day. Maybe I'm just used to these marathons? I'm not really sure. But the goal was to finish Advance 2 and get as far as I could into Advance 4. Also, surprise Carl cameo! Carl came in to work on some rough cuts for this video, so he popped to the screen to see how it was going. I was surprised how much I was enjoying Mario World today. Finding the dragon coins wasn't too bad either. I was just kind of grabbing them as I was going. Another cool addition is the inventory screen. You can see which levels you got on the dragon points in, and it helps you keep track of them. The only dragon points that were a pain in the butt were the ones in Valley Fortress. Their placement was pretty ridiculous at times, requiring you to make super precise jumps to get them. But after beating that, I was finally done and I got the epic cutscene. Watch that. Whoa, this cutscene's crazy. What? Hey, the cutscene was kind of satisfying to see all the coins you get rained down in a nice pile. Mario Advance 2 took me 9 hours and 40 minutes. So it was another beefy game, but the time flew by for this one. After this is the last Advance game, Super Mario Advance 4. And no, we're not playing Advance 3 or Yoshi's Island because they're Yoshi games and you play as Yoshi. Not gonna tell me otherwise. But anyway, to 100% Mario Advance 4, we need to beat all 90 levels, which includes the 2-point stage of World 7 and the 3-hand stage of World 8, as well as get all 3 warp But that's not all. We also need to clear all 38 e-reader levels and collect all 147 ace coins and 8 P coins. As you can imagine, because this is like playing an entirely new game. If you're familiar with how these levels work, well, you would need an e-reader and physical cards. These cards contain the actual levels, and you have to scan them in with the e-reader. Thankfully, Nintendo dropped a massive W and has given us a version of Mario Mix 4 that comes with every e-reader level without any scanning required, which means we can easily play them all. And I gotta say, these levels are fascinating. To start off, there's a small handful of remade stages from older games. don't worry, I did play Luigi's Casino minigame for like 5 minutes. But honestly, the reason I stopped early was because I had 2 other obligations. Record discussion with Arlo and Andrew, and play Mario Kart 8's Big 6 DLC so I can finish up the rain video for all the tracks. Yeah, I'm doing all this on top of the marathon. Thanks for the time, Nintendo. I was up incredibly weird thing is that I was missing a couple of movies that didn't really make sense to me, like how was it even possible? Well, guess what? It turns out I couldn't use the canon in book 6, and that would mean that I got the last couple of movies. That's very strange that you have to actually use all the canons. But after that, I was actually done with this issue. I have 10 more canons. But I didn't make any progress, but I knew I was in for quite a punch tomorrow. But what has Simple been up to? Did he catch up, perhaps? Well, he kind of did. For whatever reason, he spent about 5 hours farming points for, no reason. Now ask yourself, why did he waste such a large amount of time in a marathon? Was he giving up? Maybe he was confident he could catch up and secure the win regardless? The world will never know. I was pretty tired today, but also feeling determined. I've never actually beaten the impossible path, so it was going to be my first time today. These 3 levels that I have to conquer are all insanely difficult and frustrating. The first level starts off okay. You just put some water and you got some fish to avoid. But after that, you're on this Ferris wheel thing that only moves when you stand on the side, and you have to avoid bombs that randomly fall out of pipes while also avoiding tons of birds and latitude. This segment is so difficult because the ground is clean and impossible. Well, guess what? It turns out I just need to handle a world 6. And after doing that, I unlocked the last couple of movies. That's very strange that you have to actually use all Ferris wheel thing that only moves when you stand on the side, and you have to avoid bombs that randomly fall out of pipes, while also avoiding tons of birds and lightning too. This segment is so difficult because the ground is constantly shifting, so it's really hard to figure out how to jump around all the enemies at any given time. And as if that wasn't enough, there's one more segment with a bunch of Hammer Bros and Chain Chomps. Then the second level has the most part, I was just playing along, trying to finish as soon as possible. But I do have to admit that it still took most of the day to finish. Because these are incredibly long healing games. Mario Bros. U ended up taking 9 hours and 13 minutes. I'm kind of surprised I had the energy to finish that while also beating the impossible map earlier today. So after Mario U, I decided to start the next game before tackling Boost Rush in the challenge mode. And that, of course, is New Super Luigi U. In order to 100% this one, it's the same requirements as before. Beat all 82 levels, collect all 246 star coins, unlock all 12 secret exits, and catch Nab at once in the first 7 worlds. There is nothing different at all besides the level design itself. All the levels here are much shorter and more tightly condensed, which is fantastic because it means I'll be able to plow through Luigi U slightly faster than Mario U, assuming I don't get stuck in any of the levels for too long. But I've been going for at least 12 hours, so I only did a few stages before hitting the hay. Guys, we're already at Luigi U, and it's day 11. I think we're somehow gonna finish this entire marathon before the 2 weeks is over. But again, I don't want to speak too soon. I could still get stuck in Luigi U, as the handful of these stages are kind of tough, and the challenge mode is also massive. But I guess we'll just have to see. Simple Clips also managed to finish all of Mario Bros. U, which is pretty nuts because he was a bit behind. So a massive dub for him for making so much headway. Even though I was exhausted from being a degenerate for 11 days straight, I was pretty pumped to be this close to the end of the marathon. It was going over so much better than I anticipated, which made me really happy and relieved. And man, it was so nice to be playing short levels. Something else I feel like should be mentioned is just how awful some of the secret exits and star going places are. For whatever reason, Mario U and Luigi U are obsessed with hiding the secrets behind the platforms. Round pound through blocks you can't see. Walk through this wall. Like, it feels extremely excessive in these 2 games in particular, and I don't know why. Was it maybe because New Suit 2 and New Suit U were developed and released in the same year, and the developers didn't have enough time to create more clever secrets? Possibly, but I can't say for sure. Something that was really funny was that when I was getting food, I let a cutscene play out, and without realizing, it started an airship level, and I actually managed to get a star coin by doing absolutely nothing. Something else I started doing was using my P-Wings. If I died in the level, say 2 or 3 times, I just sit and fired up the P-Wing. Is it a bit cheese? It sure is. But as someone that has done nothing but play New Soup for days on end, I am perfectly fine with grating the P-Wing cheese for all it's worth. But I did actually struggle a bit on a level of 5. This poison is constantly rising, and you have to jump off quicker to survive. There's a star coin that's trapped behind these blocks, and you can't ground pound through them, so you're forced to throw it through the shell of the block. This took me quite a few tries, just because I was really feeling fatigued in general. After that, everything was going okay. The world may have a few more tough star coins. The one with the numbered conveyor belt was so stupid. I was probably doing something wrong here, but it took me forever to collect this one. After that, the only level I was worried about was the one near the end, and that was Fire Bar Spring. biggies either, so I had no idea what I was in for. After about 5 minutes though, I figured out the concept. It's a bunch of random stages that are recycled from the main game, but they turn them into auto-scrollers. The more coins you get, the faster the auto-scroll goes. At first, I thought this was kind of boring, but once that scrolling gets fast, the game can get pretty intense. I actually had a lot of fun playing through all the levels in this one. It was strangely refreshing. So after like an hour or so, I finished that up and started the last objective. Challenge. Challenge mode is by far the best part of New Super U. Is what we have here are a ton of challenges that drastically change how you play for a stage. Some challenges want you to go as fast as possible, some want you to avoid all the coins, or kill all the enemies, or avoid touching the ground, etc., etc. There's even one where you're supposed to balance on a rock for a certain amount of time. For like 90% of the challenges, I was beating them on the first or second try. But there's a few of them that have me stuck for at least 20 to 30 minutes. And I love that. It's so weird to actually be challenged in a Mario game. But next thing I knew, it was over. I actually finished New Super Luigi U and all the challenges. I never felt like I was gonna escape this series, but it's over and I can actually move on. And if you're wondering, it took 11 hours and 15 minutes. And now to move on to Super Mario Bros. Wonder. To 100% this one, I need to beat all 129 levels, collect all 225 Wonder Seeds, and 306 flower coins. I also need to touch the top of every flagpole, find all 11 secret exits, collect/buy all 24 badges, and purchase all 144 standees. This seems like it's gonna be the longest game of the bunch, but I really don't think that's gonna be the case. After staring at some of the blandest games of all time, diving into Mario Bros. Wonder for the very end was a surreal experience. Finally, I can play as a goddamn elephant while collecting seeds that mess up the levels. And there's wonderful talking flowers. I actually changed the language of the flowers a bunch because, why not, right? While this is a pretty meaty game, I had a couple of ideas to optimize my time playing. Something I ran into playing for the first time was where you are with invisibility is hard too. But it's not even that this section is hard. It's the fact that it's at the very end. If you die, you gotta go back a few sections before trying it again. And if you don't get the gold flagpole again, you'll have to play the entire level over to get it to 100%. But luckily, I've played this game a lot the past month, so I was pretty accustomed to what was coming. And I think I spent maybe, I don't know, 30 or 40 minutes before finishing. It still took me a while, but it wasn't nearly as done as I expected. After that, I started replaying the Sugar Star trial over and over, and that's because I need purple coins, and I can get 30 for every run. But that's when I realized that all the bonus levels get unlocked after beating the game, and doing those meant way more purple coins. So I quickly flipped through those, and that alone almost gave me enough standing to finish. Well, after the Sugar Star trial for a bit, I did that, went back to the standings, bought the last standing, and oh my god, it's over! Holy crap, I actually 100% all the 20 Mario games in less than 2 weeks. I can't believe that was possible. And it only took me 9 hours and 44 minutes. And what a relief it was to be finished. We completed this challenge with 2 days, 16 hours and 26 minutes. Meaning this challenge took me 11 days, 7 hours and 34 minutes. And 7 Blips didn't take much longer either. He also managed to 100% the entire game in one stream. So both of us finished in under 2 weeks. This was a crazy, exhausting, but also enjoyable grind. And I'm excited to do the next one. We're finally gonna tackle 3 Sonic next. So with that, I'll see you next time. I have 1 week to not just beat every 3D Mario game, but to 100% complete them. And yes, I got this idea from Yakko CNN. Hello, if you're watching this, I liked your Sonic video a lot, it was really cool. So I documented this entire adventure. And I mean all of it. Even when I wasn't playing, I was recording